Alrighty, everyone, welcome on back to Thursday Night CEDH at Natural 20 Games. I'm your humble commentator, Sean, and we are here at round 1 for Thursday Night CEDH, our weekly CEDH at Natural 20 Games. We're going to be getting up predictions here, starting up a prediction for round 1. Let's get ready as we have Trevor the Nightmare in seat 1. Of course, he is playing a bit of a different deck today. He is playing Corvold, Faker's King. Usually he plays either Tyam or Aranus Street Urchin, but this time it is not either. He's playing some Landfall Corvold. Corvold's back in it. There we go. Of course, he's playing Corvold's come back from a long break, but with a Landfall instead. We're going to start our predictions here. Got Thomas D with Rog Sai playing some Turbo Grixis. Kellen M as well as playing Avatar Aang, 5-color, and then Troy Silent Assassin Rog Sai. Oh, 1 second. Alright, and we are all set to start here, but we got last Troy Sakai, Silent Assassin, Rog Sai, of course, so 2 Turbo Grixis, and then some interesting decks. So going out 6, 7, 7, 6. Let us start the match. 120, an hour, 20 minutes. Good luck to our players. We have some pre-games. Leyline of the Guild Pact. Leyline of the Guild Pack, of course, starts if it's in your opening hand on the field. Each non-land permanent you control is all colors, and then lands you control are every basic land type, so this is perfect color fixing here. We're going to be fetching, then putting a Vexing Bauble onto the stack. Vexing Bauble means no free magic. If no spell was spent to cast a spell, counter it. Then 1 tap, sacrifice it to draw a card, so at least you can stop it until when you want to start going off. Thomas is then going to be going to turn here. No Roger at this point. Perfect opening hand against these 2 Roger here. Thomas is going to be playing a land for turn. We have our Simian Spirit Guide. Exiling that for red. We're going to play Rog. Are we trying to put out Rog for turn 1? Playing a Mana Vault for 1 red. We're just going to be ramping out here, putting our own Vexing Bauble onto the stack. So, just guarantees 2 set. And then we're going to Windfall with the last remaining mana. Why is Vexing Bauble underneath Command Tower? So we're going to discard down and get 6 cards here. Witherbloom, Adnons, Cabal, Squandering. That's kind of crazy. Flare right. Ooh, Troy was going to try to get a top deck land. Interesting. Predicted this Windfall quite well here. So that was the end of Thomas's turn. Vexing Bauble's not tapped. There we go. Why was Vexing Bauble? Why did he put Vexing Bauble down there? Back over to Kellen's though. We didn't pay Birds of Paradise. Just trying to get started here. Avatar Aang's a very interesting deck to see here. I know some people were trying to do some doing the Moon Mist tech with it. And I believe Kellen is on that and trying to guarantee he gets Avatar Aang and Moon Mist out. Troy just getting a forced mulligan here, so he just plays out a Mana Confluence and passes. Very unfortunate here. Avatar Aang, of course, is just trying to get it out and then Turbo Moon Mist in the same turn, so that way everything costs 5 mana less to cast. Wooburg. One of each color. Trevor grabbing up a Taiga. Getting into our second turn here. Trevor kind of likes having a good filled graveyard, but not with spells like he has. He would rather have some lands in there to get back soon. A lot of the stuff that he did put in there was very much mana or turbo stuff, right? We got Squandered Resource, Tinderwall, a land, or Adnaz, and his Wincon Witherbloom Apprentice, a Wincon. We're going to get a 6 out with our Mana Vault coming down, so now we're going to be able to get all of our stuff that we discard. We're going to crack with our final mana. We're going to draw up with Vexing Bauble to pass, and then pass the turn. Thomas goes to draw, takes 1. And for an Adnaz deck, having your graveyard on the other side of your deck is kind of interesting. Play out a land for turn here, Thomas. Play out a Mountain and pass as well. Playing out a Vamp Tutor, and we're going to go past priority on Kellen's end step here. Grabbing up most likely some mana, or at least card draw. If he has some sort of mana in hand, we can probably see a Mystic Remora in here. Or perhaps if he has something else like a Dark Ritual in hand, he might be able to put out Necropotence. It's just some way of trying to get his game reback going, because he had that pretty turbo hand at the start. Wasn't able to get it out though, so we're having to go the slow route. Vampiric Tutor in this Windfall draw is very good. Moving to Troy's turn officially, we grab up a land and play out Ragavan. Alright, so it looks like he might have grabbed up a land to play out Ragavan. Just gonna... Oh, he tutored for the Ragavan. So he did get some sort of like mana and a pseudo card draw. He might be able to rip something off of Thomas's board in order to get something on. Right now, Trevor is in the best of spots, especially with 6 out here, being able to discard some lands in order to get some stuff in. Was able to draw into a Mana Vault. Turboed out his deck pretty well here, but we're going to be moving to combat with 6, making us mill some cards. Thomas has a response. We're going to flash out an Orcish Bowmaster. We're going to ping the Ragavan. And then we're going to use the Orc here to block with it. Back over to Trevor's second main phase. He has a good amount of stuff in yard here. See an Elvish Spirit Guide. Probably going to be staying in there. I believe Mox Opal, is that? Can't really tell from here. Marsh Flats. We're gonna grab up a Badlands. Fresh Badlands finally is able to make this deck with all 3 duels. There we are. Trevor's gonna tap for 2 here at the start. Don't have Corvold out yet, so we don't have our draw engine for all of the lands that we are trying to sacrifice here. It's a lot of sacrificing, a lot of incidental draw as well. And because this is a graveyard-centric deck, Mill, essentially for him, is a bit of a pseudo-draw. So we're going to pitch a land, Mana Confluence, and we're going to retrace the Tinder Wall, recasting it from the yard. Nothing else to do here. Wall is 0-3 at the moment. Interesting. Thomas looking for the stats of it. Back over to Thomas. We are untapping. Upkeep, do not untap. Mana Vault, and then moving to draw, we take damage. I'm going to crack Bobble here to draw a card. Crack Bobble, we're going to play Rograk finally. We can get our Rogers onto the field, as well as our ramp. Mox Amber, Kellen is okay with that. He said, And then our land for turn here. Just getting things set up again. Just resetting up, trying to make it so that way maybe next turn we can try to see something. Orcish is going to be coming at Callan here instead of Troy. Very interesting choice. Troy is wide open and is also in the Adnaz deck at the table. Raystic Study after, and then main phase 2 response. Kellen. Fierce Guardianship, hard casted. We're going to just counter it. There we go. No Rhystic Study, no problem. Moving over to Kellen's turn. Perfect timing, because it's coming to his turn, so he untaps that mana he just dumped into it. And nothing, we just pass the turn after that. That Windfall has kind of knocked him all down. Gataxian Probe. Who are we taking a look? We're going to take a look at the other Rogsai. Troy just says, oh. And then goes to draw his card. Bowmaster trigger. We're going to shoot the Birds of Paradise. The Dork Killer. Tapped for a white, and then it dies. Kellen, would you like to use that white? No, he will not. Oh, we're going to Swords the Orcish. Exile, and Thomas gains 1. New phase 2, let's get out Roger. Very cool. Very cool altars that he has there. Four mana he has available to him. Could be using this for an Adnaz and a end step Adnaz. Trevor's gonna Worldly Tutor at the end step. Almost have everything available to kick off Corvold entering the battlefield and grabbing up something. Thinking hard about it right now. Trevor's most likely trying to look for a way to capitalize on Corvold being out, maybe something that has a mass sacrifice effect. Instead, okay, we're gonna be grabbing up an Ice Till Explorer. So we're gonna, instead of doing the mass sacrifice, we're gonna be trying to get some lands from Yard, and making it more mana. With playing them. Landfall, of course, filling up the Yard. Ice Till just does everything for this deck. I'm gonna lose a life from the Mana Vault here. Alright, Trevor, let's play that out. Ice Till. Have the mana for it. Ooh, okay. First, he wants to fill up his yard. He wants to see all of the options he has available to him. Makes sense. Moving on over to Thomas. We're going to block with our army here. Lively Dirge, Demonic, and a red Ellie. Corvold's so gross. Did an episode where someone played Corvold, but only had colorless spells and still kicked butt. Absolutely. No, Corvold is amazing nowadays. It has a lot of support. Ever since Dockside got banned, people thought we would never see him again, but it's still seeing and still getting kicked because it has stuff like 6, and it has stuff like Ice Till Explorer and Aftermath Analyst, and it's turned into a landfall deck. So it's very, very interesting to see. We're going to play Squandered Resources at the start here. Squandered Resources here is a Golgari enchantment. Sacrifice a land, add to your mana pool 1 mana of any type the sacrifice land could produce. Play it as a mana source. So, ignore that. So basically, sacrifice a land, add 1 mana of any color that it would produce. So it's pretty darn good here. No one has anything here. We're going to be starting to sack some stuff. We're going to be sacking things to play Ice Till. Trevor is revealing that what he's trying to do is sacrifice enough to get Corvold and draw into something, hopefully to get interaction for whatever happens on Troy's turn. Troy or Thomas here. Both of them have very similar mana setups. Both of them have Roger out, so they have stuff like Flare available to them, except for Troy. Troy did discard his Flare of Duplication, but could have something similar. We're going to run out Ice Till Explorer here at the start. We have yet to play our land for turn, so we have 2 land drops. And our land we can tap here, so we can try to get Corvold out. We're on Ice Till on the Misty. We're going to mill 1. So we're going to be milling essentially a lot of cards as we sacrifice the Misty, re-get another one. The landfall version of this deck has gotten so good since Dockside is gone. Ice Till is probably my favorite card from the last 5 years. Absolutely. Ice Till does everything. It's an extra land drop. It's a mill engine. It's on a creature, so it's easily tutorable, especially in green. You can play things from Yard. Does everything for 4 mana. We're going to grab up a Dryad Arbor. And then we're going to mill a card. We got a Scalding Tarn. He does have one of each basic in this deck, I know. So, because he needs all of the fetchable lands he possibly can. We're gonna sack Dryad Arbor, culling the weak for 4 black mana. Playing out a Tiger from the yard. Underworld Breach. We have 6, so that's perfectly fine to be at the yard. That might change the game plan here. Trevor can sack with Squandering Resources 2 lands. And then discard another land card and cast something. Taps for some mana. He's currently thinking. Do we have interaction? He asked. The table? He's asked Kellen. Alright, Trevor's asked the table on interaction, so Trevor's not going to push here because he doesn't want to get stopped in just for Thomas or Troy to win here. And Troy also advises to not push because he did have a Gataxian Probe to see Thomas's hand. We're going to cast out Corvold here, tapping for a green and a red. Corvold ETB. Let's sacrifice our Mana Vault to draw a card. Oh, so good. 4 toughness is also not nothing. You're right. Majority of creatures in CEDH are at most 3 power. Most creatures, at least. Kellen flashes his hand over to Troy. Back over to Trevor. 2 black floating. I'm going to pitch a Swamp and play Mana Vault. Trevor's kind of reset his own board a little bit. Maybe it's a couple lands down, but with that Ice Tail Explorer, he's able to get those lands back out. But now he has a Corvold out. Pretty darn good, now that you can draw a good amount of cards. Back over to Thomas's turn. We have untapped with 4 mana available. 5 mana coming soon. Flooded Strand. We're going to go grab out our Underground Sea. 5 mana available. He could try to push here with an Adnaz. Right now, he's got a good amount of life available. It's only 3 down. But after Trevor's turn, it's been realized that Kellen and Troy both have something that can stop him. So there's no point in trying to push at this moment until we can get our guaranteed. Something like Defense Grid. or a good amount of counter magic in hand. Gonna play out a fish, so we're just gonna try to get value here. So right now we're just in we're valuing and we're waiting out the game between each of these turns, trying to find our window to either win on top of someone who's gonna be impatient, I would say, and start trying to pop off, knowing with the interaction in everyone's hand. Flashback's going to target Vamp Tutor here on Troy's turn, so we're just going to grab up. Alright, this is an end step. Never mind. And we're going to cast out Vamp Tutor. Everyone's all good with Vamp Tutor. Starting to lose a lot of life here, Troy. I think Troy's also going to be going for something a similar case of Thomas, but instead of Mystic Armor, probably going to be something other type of value piece. Sounds like it was revealed to be a heuristic study that he's grabbing. So we're going to float 2, put out Otawara, and then we're just going to cast out Heuristic. Yep, same thing as Thomas here. Grabbing out pure value in this case. All right, Trevor gets this draw here, so Callan might have, I believe, a silence maybe in hand. Oh, Trevor can kind of play around that a little easier. 6 is going to be swinging. And then 5 in the air at Troy. Ooh, Shifting Woodlands, Wooded Foothills, and Mox Diamond. Very good in this case. We're going to put that... And we're going to put that Shifting Woodlands into hand here with 6. 4 damage. Thomas is going to grab... We're going to sink into Stupor. Can't really see it because it's in his yard, but he does cast out Sink into Stupor. We're going to bounce 6 back to hand. So now that all of his permanents are kind of locked out for the moment, with 6 being in hand, just going to start milling a little bit more, getting a little bit more of a game plan. Play our second land for turn, Shifting Woodlands. Comes in untapped because we have a forest. We're going to mill. Stomping Ground. Milled out of the way. Aftermath Analysts. A little bit of a similar thing to 6. But last land return here instead of trying to get permanents. ETB, Rite of Flame, Lumera, and a land here. Very good to have Lumera in yard, especially with 6 in hand. We could easily see a pop off here. Surprised that this Aftermath Analyst is good. It's because we're going to sacrifice with squandering resources, and then we have our Mana Vault here we can tap and start to return all of our lands back. Aftermath Analyst is sacrificed. I don't see no stifles or trick binds here, so we'll see how this goes. We're on Corvold, we're going to draw for turn, or draw from Corvold. We have a lot of lands in yard here. 14 lands. Got a, maybe Kellen has an endurance. Be the best hope. So this is Trevor kind of going for a little bit of a push here. It's a little non-deterministic right now because we don't know what he might mill and how much mana he's able to really stop. Oh, Deadly Rollick. Either Ice Still or Corvold, but we're going to get rid of the Corvold. Stopping the draw, keeping the mill. Or Deadly Rollick. Deletes Corvold. Back to Aftermath Analyst. Let's grab up 14 lands. Back to the battlefield. Tapped. Though some of them are fetch lands, Squandered Resource is not going to be able to make any mana from fetch lands. So we can still sacrifice him. Mainly for Corvold's draw. We have a Surveil and a Phase Out here. So we can at least phase out maybe Thomas's Roger and stop any free magic with that. Something like Deflecting Swat and Fierce Guardianship or Deadly Rollick. Yep, that's what he's going to do. He's going to Talagate's targeting the wrong, and then Mortuary Trigger. Then we're going to have the Surveil first, and then we're going to have a bunch of mill. So Talagate's Rog is gone for the turn. And Underground Mortuary, let us Surveil. It's going to go in the yard anyways. We're going to have 14 mill triggers. With that Squander Resources, essentially all of these lands pseudo came in untapped. We're going to do 14 triggers one at a time. Crop Rot, Allosaurus, Ragavan, Simian Spirit Guide. Tireless Provisioner. Blood Crypt. Frozen Wayfarer. Windswept Teeth. More lands, of course. Cabbage Merchant. Eldritch. Necropotence. Pyroblast. Burnt Offering is the last card here. Everything hitting the yard. So yeah, it looks like they're going to be playing around a silence here. Corvus costs 7 mana. Oh, if he sacks those lands, I will say, well... Uh-oh. 1 second. We're going to do a quick thing. Yep, he tried to make mana off of the fetch lands. Unfortunately, Squander Resources requires the lands themselves to make mana themselves in order to make itself mana. There we go. So he separated out all the fetch land. So there's 11 lands that he can make mana. And then he can use, if he does get out Corvold, he can then use the other lands here, the fetch lands, in order to draw some cards. But it looks like he since priority is now back over to Trevor, he's able to cast out Corvold for free here. And in response, Kellen would most likely hit him with a silence. Back for 2 green and a black. We're going to cast out 6. And then see graveyards here. Or 6. Troy draws. Eight mana left here from Trevor. Taking a look, I see the Lumra is the main thing that Kellen's kind of looking at and going back to. As well as the Underworld Breach. Demonic Tutor, they can't really get back with 6 though. So Lumra and Underworld Breach are probably the main 2 cards that he doesn't want to see get cast from yard. So maybe Kellen is going to try to silence him now. Then we're going to read 6. Got our response. Alan's asking the 2 rock side players on the response here. Someone's gonna gamble on Talk to the Paw. Orem's Chant. Orem's Chant, Talk to the Paw. Okay, Garfield, Secret Lair. Target player can't cast spells during this turn. If it was kicked, creatures can't attack this turn, but we're just gonna be doing that. We're gonna hold priority, says Trevor, on the Orem's Chant. We're gonna sack the mountain and the stomping ground for 2 red. We're going to put a Final Fortune. We're going to take an extra turn. Looks like Trevor is trying to push here and try to win. Ristics and Mystics. And they said it's okay. 2 cards drawn. Passing, passing, passing. We're gonna mind break the trap and stop 6 and Final Fortune here. Hold priority. We have something that stops this. There we go. We have 6 mana available to us here. Three mana, and then tapping Shifting Woodlands. Well, it looks like he's trying to try to grab something from the yard with Shifting Woodlands. Putting an activation of Shifting Woodlands on the stack. We're going to target Underworld Breach. So Shifting Woodland, targeting Underworld Breach. Now we have a tapped Breach on the field. Now back onto Mindbreak Trap. Does he have the red for Pyroblast? I'm gonna pitch the Simian. No, we have an Elvish in there. Yep. Or Deflecting Swat? Or no, we don't have the free mana for Deflecting Swat. Into Necropotence. We're gonna exile those 3. And then sacking the Taiga for a red. Or put a Pyroblast. Stopping the Mindbreak Trap. 2 triggers with Ristic and Mystic. All good. Pyroblast stops the Mindbreak. Back to Final Fortune. Oh, back to Fish. We only have 2 mana available now. With a Final Fortune back on the stack. Thomas could draw into counter magic. his own Mind Break trap, perhaps. Crop rotation. Attacking Talon Gates here, and then we're going to exile some cards here. Underworld Breach in Corvold makes it a little bit difficult because Underworld Breach doesn't target lands, so you can't get back lands. And most of the time you use lands as exile fodder for the Underworld Breach. But we don't want to get rid of our lands because Corvold uses them so much, because we sack them, and it's the whole game plan. Draws a drawing. Trevor's going to go search for a land. We're going to get Yavimaya. Now, all of his fetch lands tap for green, so he can exile, or he can sacrifice them to Squandering Resources for green mana and pay for Mystic Remora or Rhystic Study if need be right now. Actually perfect with crop rotation. Insane way to get around Squandered Resources limitations. I'm going to put another Crop Rod on the stack. I think he's going to be sacrificing another land here to grab up Urborg. So everything taps for both green and black. Sacking Arid Mesa. Triggers are good. Draws may draw. Now we're going to Crop Rot once again. And I think, again, grabbing up Urborg. No, we're grabbing up Emergency Zone to get flash speed. Trigger on Ice Still. We're going to mill a card. Summoner's Pact. Sacking Misting Ray Force for green. And sacking the Merge Zone to get flash speed. 4 mana remaining. 5 mana if we tap the Yavimaya as well. Tap for green on Yavimaya. We're crop rotting again. No, we're sacking it. And sacking the Scalding Tarn for green. Casting in Aftermath Analyst. We don't have enough mana to get back all of the land we sacrificed with Aftermath Analyst. We have 3 mana left here. Aftermath needs 4. Unless he has a ritual in the yard. He might be able to cast the ritual here by sacking Mana Confluence. Rhystic Studies draws. Saw a Pyroblast in hand from Troy. That's unfortunate. We're going to Pyroblast and do nothing. We're just going to give Thomas a card here. Nope. Aftermath Analyst is good. Back over to the ETB. We're going to zoom in here a little bit closer. Nissa, Nature's Rhythm, and a Chain of Smog. Nature's Rhythm and Yard could be very interesting. We can cast that out quite easily. Not for its harmonized cost, at least, but we could at least get something else. Yep, there's the Dark Ritual. Sacking the Confluence here for it. Getting rid of the Nature's Rhythm. Offering, he's keeping in a Cabbage Merchant and a Ragavan. Stacking the Mana Fauna Fluids for a black. Dark Ritual makes 3. Triggers are good. This is their time to stop the Dark Ritual here. Did we get anything? Got nothing here. Sack for 2 green here. Dark Ritual. We're going to have 1 green as we sacrifice Aftermath Analyst and get back all the lands that we sacrificed this turn here. So this is the point where he gets essentially infinite mana, or has a lot of mana and a lot of mills. A lot of his cards in the graveyard. He already has the Witherbloom Apprentice and the Chain of Smog in yard. So he can then, with that mana, just get out Witherbloom and then Chain Smog. He's going to wait until he gets Dosen. So yeah, and then he shows the Witherbloom and he shows the Chain of Smog. And that is Trevor the Nightmare getting it first time in first seat with a fresh Corval deck that he made not but yesterday. So, very interesting to see. Good luck on Trevor in his next rounds. Good luck to our other players. They did well. They tried to do as much interaction as possible. Callan had the orange chant, but the emergence zone on top of that, very good. We'll be right back with round 2, so stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. In the meantime, check out our website, natural20gaming.com, for all of your gaming and tabletop needs. We got Magic, we got Dungeons & Dragons, we got Pokemon, all the other stuff. Check it out. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Alrighty, everyone, and welcome on back to round 2 of Thursday Night CEDH. Welcome back. We got some new players up in here. I mean, not really new players per se, but new players from last round. We got Arnold back in it. We haven't seen Arnold in quite some time. Derek the Machine, of course, on his Kefka stuff. Then we, of course, got Good Guy Joe. Someone who's excited to see Good Guy Joe in chat, I know that. And then Michael S. keeping up the rear on some Timna Dargo. You guys have 10 minutes to put in predictions. Let me start that up. 2 unnicknamed. See if they're trying to get. But we got Arnold, of course, on Kinnan, Bonder Prodigy. Ooh, not Binder Prodigy. Ooh, whoops. There we go. Bonder Prodigy, Kefka Court Mage, Magda Brazen Outlaw, Timna Dargo. Very interesting. Only 2 blue decks here, of course. Only 1 green deck on the table, so we're going to be seeing 1 Gaia's Cradle. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Cat Denmar. Welcome on back. Tier 1 for 2 months. Absolutely. Let's go. Get that resub. Gonna finish up mulligans here. Of course, Kinnan's going to be all about trying to activate Kinnan using its mana addition ability to turbo out here, as well as combo with a lot of cards. And then, of course, we got Derek the Machine back in with that Kefka, trying to get a lot of value with Kefka, and then do Grixis Shell things. Adnaz, Underworld Breach, Thoracle combo, that type of stuff. Good Guy Joe on Magda Brazen Outlaw, mono red artifacts, of course, just trying to get as many treasures, counting to 5, counting to 10, and then trying to win with Magda sacking at instant speed. And then Michael S. on Timna Dargo, Mardu Turbo, trying to use Dargo's ability to reduce his own mana cost, and a sacrificing outlet in order to win the game, something like a way of refunding his 1 red mana is all that you need. So we have things like Warren Soul Trader, and then a gain drain sacking outlet ability, a Blood Artist effect, or Phyrexian Altar to get it with the same thing, or Altar of Dementia with Bergie out, sort of a reverse way. Every time you cast something, get that red mana back to spend on him, and then sacking him to mill. So there's a lot of different ways, but then it's using Tymna to draw into the combo pieces for Dargo. Very good, very fun. Hits both of those, you know. Same thing with Kinnan. All about the idea that a commander needs to be two things. One of two things. Either a value engine, whether you're making mana or drawing cards, or a combo piece, right? And both are... both Kinnan and Tymna Dargo kind of fulfill that. Tymna drawing us cards, Dargo being our combo piece, and then Kinnan being both into one, being a value engine with a mana doubler, pseudo mana doubler, and then a combo piece with mana. Since you have a lot of mana and you have infinite mana, being a mana dump for getting all of your creatures out. So it's going to be very interesting to see that. Magda kind of also does that with it being a value engine, getting us mana or treasures, and then also searching stuff. And then having that ability of tapping, right? So it has that sort of combo potential. Kefka is just a value here. It's that ETB, making everyone discard one and then drawing a lot. So Kefka only really fulfills one of those. Of course, it can also be a mana dump, I believe. Because you can flip it over. Everyone sacrifices something, you flip it over, and then whenever an opponent loses life, you draw that many cards during your turn. Very interesting. They are going down a lot here. Finishing up. We're already halfway through our predictions. So guys, put in your predictions quick. Maybe you won't be able to see what goes on, but I'm giving you the breakdown of what their deck's looking to do. It is a kind of a tie between Kinnan and Tymna. Kinnan being in first seat's very advantageous for it, as having a lot of that mana out the gate is really good. Michael is always in fourth seat whenever he's on stream here, but he has got some legs with Tymna Dargo, you know, with that, again, value combo piece. Marvel has to go down to 4. Very, very unfortunate here. Ready for a no-land hand, he says. Finally ready here. We get going down to 3. Oh, going down to 3 here. Very unfortunate. Going down to 3, especially against Kefka, which already does hand destruction here. You got Joe going down to 5. Going down to 4 on Michael here. Derek, what do you got? What do you went down to? Arnold's sculpting his perfect 3. Gonna be very unfortunate. As long as he has maybe Mystic Remora on hand, maybe a way of drawing back up. I guess they're starting? There we go. Derek, what'd you go down? There we go. 3. Yep, that's crazy. Good luck to our players as they start. Now they're ready to start. They got free games. Getting rid of a, looks to be a Rite of Flame. Misty Rainforest. Sacking. Gonna Trop. We're gonna get a Llanowar Elves. And then passing the turn over to Derek. Over to good guy Joe. Here's his opening here. Michael's able to essentially kind of go first here with a Gemstone Caverns. Very good. Clown card X equals 0, so we're not going to be rolling any dice here. Then we're going to grab up and shock in a land. Or bolt in a land would be a lot better to say. And then Spark Mage. Spark Mage is a 1-mana dwarf wizard. Whenever it deals damage to a player, you may have Spark Mage deal 1 damage to target creature that player controls. So that's just an early 1-drop dwarf here. We're gonna mental misstep the Spark Mage. It is a 1-drop, so at least that is out of here. So no early dwarfs. As we go over to Michael's turn, City of Brass, play a Mana Vault, and passing the turn here. Now with Mana Vault out, Michael is going to be able to get Tymna and deal, draw hopefully some cards here soon. Playing out a Reflecti, or I'm forgetting which one that one is. We're going to grab out our Kinnan. 2 green, and we're going to put out a Llanowar Elves. And then we're going to Vampire Tutor on the end step. Derek's going to search them on up. So it looks like Derek also, at this point, might be grabbing up some value here, because a lot of his opponents are going to be very low. Very low on game actions here, so he might be grabbing up some other type of draw engine. A lot of options here, says Derek's, but very interesting. Asking for a wheel. Bowmaster's something that he's contemplating on grabbing up. Since Arnold is kind of ahead, even though he's gone down to 3, he has the Kinnan, he has Dorks. He needs 1 more land here in order to hopefully spin Kinnan and get some value, Concentrated Sphinx or such. City of Brass and a Lion's Eye Diamond we play. We're going to crack it and play Kefka. 0 cards in hand. Kefka is, of course, really good with this because he'll draw a whole lot of cards, getting essentially wheeling himself. Land, good guy Joe. Land, just land. Good guy Joe has to maybe give a land in order for Derek just to draw 1 card here. 2. Artifact creature, so that is 3. That was unfortunate. So he had the Ancient Tomb. Oh, he had the Ancient Tomb to spin Kinnan, but is not going to be able to. Derek just gets 3 cards. He got what he wanted at the end, which was a maximum of 3. Unfortunate for Joe to kind of give him this with an artifact creature. It's very... with Kefka at the table, you have to be very careful with what... kind of interesting with deck construction, as now card types with Kefka being sort of in the meta. It's rising up there a little bit. It's that Grixis Shell type of gameplay. And so with that being up there, with it rising, running these dual type enchantment creatures, artifact creatures, and such, artifact lands, enchantment lands now even. We're gonna put out Magda here. Magda is gonna crew the clown car, making it a creature. Of course, that clown car here is mainly here for the crew too. We're gonna play a 1-mana dwarf. So we're just using that treasure to really get it, get dwarves. It's a Bloodfire dwarfs here. 1 mana, sacrifice it, deal 1 damage to each creature without flying. So this is a dork killer. So we're gonna crew the clown car. Alright, activate crewing it. So we have the treasure to sacrifice it and deal 1 damage to everything, including Magda. We top deck the Mana Confluence and we put out the Timna. So now we have a creature to start swinging with. Back over to Arnold. We play out a land and we pass the turn. We can just do this at instant speed. Again, hopefully trying to get a value engine creature here. Over to Derek. Moving to combat. 4/2 Timna. Trigger. 2. 2 cards we draw. Discard 1 card, draw 2. Still pretty good. Especially on the attacks. Arnold and Michael are now hell-bent at the moment. Discard the Simian Spirit Guide here. Rather have draw than mana. Orcish Bowmaster. Casting it out raw. On the response to cast, we're going to activate Kinnan. Activate. Nothing in response here. So let's take a look at what's Kinnan Spinnins. Take a look at top 5. Let's see what non-human we grab. Nezahal. Nezahal here, of course. Primal Tide. 7-mana legendary creature elder dinosaur 7/7. You have no maximum hand size. Whenever an opponent casts a non-creature spell, draw a card. Discard 3 cards to exile it and return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. Way of protecting itself. Of course, discarding 3 cards, not too good, but that card draw engine, really good. So Arnold pretty much got what he wanted. Maybe Consecrated Skinks might have been better in the immediate, but Nezahal is definitely going to be really good over time, as this is essentially fish. Essentially pretty much kind of a fish here, Mystic Remora, but without the payment. So right now they're kind of contemplating on what this Orcish Bowmaster is going, this pink. We're going to shoot Magda with Orc Army. At this point, maybe Joe kind of activates the Dwarf in order to kill everything. Yeah, it looks like Joe's not going to activate the Dwarf. So, yeah, Derek was actually shooting Magda to force the Bloodfire Dwarf to get sacked, but he's not doing it here. He doesn't want to use this at the moment. So, Grafdigger's Cage. Arnold's going to draw. Arnold, of course, draws a card here. Michael? No flipping of Kinnan with Grafdigger's Cage. Future cards in graveyards and libraries can't enter the battlefield and can't cast spells from graveyards or libraries. So right now, Nezahal is just drawing cards at the moment. Adnaz. Michael's just doing a ripping an Adnaz here. Main phase? Oh no, he had no cards in hand. This is, yeah, main phase Adnaz. They're casting Adnaz. Let's see. Derek. Michael is just doing this for value. After Adnaz, Michael is politicking that he'll just pass. Can't breach. And Nezahal is going to be drawing Arnold a lot of cards. So really, Michael is honestly doing a value Adnaz. All right, let's take a look to the defense grid. 0. 1. Vamp Tutor. Blood Crypt. Beseech the Mirror. Esper Sentinel. A Cavern of Souls. Sacrifice. Philia. Ooh. He needs to be careful on how low he goes, because that Nezahal is going to be coming at him for a lot. 0, set 19. 19 is still good. 2, I don't know what that is. I think it's a Voice of Victory. Go sleep. Ooh, 2, 10. 10. That's all that's going to be coming in, but you can block him at least with... Primal... Yeah, it can't be countered, but it can be blocked here, so that Tymna will be probably blocking the Nezahal when it comes swinging on in. Though, we do have to be careful here, because Kinnan might be coming in to swing. So that's going to be 2 life from there. Kefka could easily come in as well. So if Nezahal and Kinnan come in at Michael here, he'll block the Nezahal. He'll go down. 0. 0. He's going. He's ripping it, too. Going down to 8. Keeping it. So... Alright, so if Nezahal and Kinnan comes in, he blocks the Nezahal. Kinnan deals 2. He goes down to 6. Kefka comes in for 4. And an Orc Army, and then Michael dies here. Memnite here, we're going to be casting it on out. We're trying to get some blockers up here at this point. Do our land for turn here. So just trying to, using that ad nauseam value, and then we're going to be discarding down to hand size. It's going to be great. Great Abolisher. Oh, thank you. Great Abolisher. Voice of Victory, Great Abolisher. Same thing. Yeah, right now Arnold's actually still in the best place right here. Everyone's kind of talking about this Nuzzle Hall being the end all. It's really between, I mean, Derek has a good amount of value on board with the Kefka coming in. No answers for it at the moment. Good Guy Joe got his Magda removed, so that's going to be setting him back quite a bit. Unless he has like a way of getting mass treasures and then bam, value from all that. Okay. Oh, we're taking a look at Nuzzle Hall right now. Freebooter comes on down. Grief Freebooter, when it dies, make a treasure. Esper Sentinel? There's so many things to kill right now with Orcish Bowmaster. Most of the time, actually, I'm surprised Derek would reveal that he would 100% be removing... Oh, down to 7. 100% be removing an Esper Sentinel that Michael grabbed. Very interesting. Most of the time, Orcish Bowmaster players generally want that Ristic effect to kind of do that board control. So they keep as a sort of deal, they keep up the Esper Sentinel to remove everything else around it. Could very easily get rid of the Kitten with a good couple of draws here, right? For example, someone casts something, a non-creature spell, Arnold draws, and Michael S. draws. Therefore, the Orcish Bowmaster would kill the Kinnan. Because Kinnan, I think, is just a 2/2? Yeah, just a 2/2. So, very interesting to just reveal to Michael that 100% Esper Sentinel would be dead. I understand Orcish Bowmaster is like the Dork killer, the Esper killer, but honestly, at this in this stage, right, we're trying to stop Arnold in the best capacity that we can. Michael's currently discarding down to hand size. Esper Sentinel. Yep, just gonna cast it on out. Go 1 damage to Rebooter. We're gonna kill. Derek is asking if we shoot the Timna. We're gonna kill the Memnite. Derek was trying to convince Joe to pop the Bloodfire Dwarf to kill Timna. This Bloodfire Dwarf could just wipe out Michael here very easily. We're gonna cast Dargo here. Sack, sack, sack. We're gonna get a treasure here, and we have Dargo out. Dargo with a treasure. So we can sacrifice it and You can sacrifice any number of artifacts that are creatures, cost 2 less, and then it costs 2 less for each other artifact or creature you sacrifice this turn. Trample partner. It's a big old 7/5. Derek revealing a card to Michael. And then Dargo, Michael passes. He wants the Dargo out mainly to stop Nezahal, to block with it. Very easy to just kind of dissuade Arnold to swinging out with everything. Well, especially at Michael, especially everyone else as well. Because it has trample, and I do not believe Kefka does not have flying, so it kind of dissuades everyone from swinging at him. It also kills all of his... he also sacrifices all of his dorks here for Bloodfire Dwarf to not stop any of the blockers. We pass the turn as we discard down. Arnold, what do you got here? We drew a good couple of cards from Nezahal. Very cool Adnos here, back in the game, but we have only 7 life left. Simic Signet. Swinging at Nezahal at Derek here. Orc Army, I believe, is a 6 right now. So someone casted or drew a card we could have been able to trade. Do not. Instead, Derek goes to turn. Untap, just draw here. Four over to Arnold. No blocks, of course. And trigger our first. Don't want to be sacrificing Kitten at this point. Creatures. Creature. And then Good Gadget had nothing. Draw 2. We're gonna fetch. From Mox. Putting in a Yawgmoth's Will. Probably pitching for the Underworld Breach instead. Yawgmoth's Will is only mainly for the value. Could win off of it, of course, but 3. We're gonna Wheel of Fortune. Everyone's gonna Frex 7 here. Fresh 7, 21 damage over from Orcish Bowmasters going around this table. So we're gonna heal 7 to Nezahal, 7 to Michael, and then 7 to Joe, probably, or we'll see how this goes. Psych Rift here. If we Psych Rift the Orcish Bowmaster, Derek has enough mana to recast it, but I would not Psych Rift the Orc Army. Please don't Psych Rift the Orc Bowmaster. Yeah, Joe points out that, yeah, Orcish Bowmaster can be cast back out. We're gonna bounce Grafdigger's Cage here. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, Michael's gonna definitely die here. We're gonna pop the dwarf. We're gonna pop the dwarf in order to get rid of the army. That's crazy. Joe saves Michael in this situation. Absolutely insane. Oh, Derek is showing. Oh. Oh. Derek and Joe are currently in a politic off right now, trying to do this deal here. Derek is not. You're gonna say he was gonna get the Bloodfire Dwarf. Arnold telling me he doesn't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on, Sean. But essentially, Derek is. We're gonna draw here from the wheel. Wheel is gonna trigger Orcish Bowmaster 21 times. 7 going to Nezahal, 2 going to Kinnan, 7 going to Michael, and then he was contemplating on putting 1 onto the Bloodfire Dwarf. Joe said, if you are going to target that, I am going to be sacrificing it. Right. But of course, let's see if he goes back, if he lies. 7 at Michael. 9. 5 damage to Arnold's face. And then we pass the turn. Let's see if Joe wins the game here. There we are. Bit of a pseudo board wipe. Yep. So Arnold's kind of seeing if he wants to discard 3 cards to save Nezahal here. Good Guy, I will say, if we go to Good Guy Joe's turn, Good Guy Joe doesn't really cast too many non-creature spells. He just cheats things out with Magda, primarily. The only non-creature spells he really does are, like, either reactive with Pyroblast and other stuff, or proactive with Grafdigger's Cage and Underworld Breach, maybe, but that's about it. If he runs Underworld Breach. But it looks like it doesn't matter. Arnold just gets rid of the Nezahal. It's not worth it with his 7 cards in hand. So back over to Good Guy Joe's turn. We put out Cavra Souls, and naming dwarves. Someone should turn VODs on. We do. It just automatically does. I want to see how Tim Nadargo died. That's fair. We'll turn on VODs here. After the fact, but. Ooh. Anyways. Thermo Dargo died essentially to a Adnaz, as Michael went to Adnaz for value because he mulliganed it down to 4, and of course with Kefka he discarded a lot of cards here, so he top decked a Adnaz, casted it, filled his hand up, and went down to 7 essentially with it. And then Derek just wheeled with an Orcish Bowmaster out and killed him. Very, very easy. Nice and simple. Oof, indeed. So good guy Joe just casts out Magda, and we pass the turn over to Arnold. Arnold's going to cast out a Talisman of Curiosity. We're going to again get out a Moonsilver Key. This is our way of getting Basalt Monolith primarily. So it's just a tutor. Attack it, and we're going to search. Everyone goes to hand here. We do reveal it. Orcish Bowmaster is Michael's favorite card. Probably. Probably loves it. Especially right now. Alright. I don't know, looks like we grabbed up a treasure vault. Has everything but lead. Artifact? We do not have an artifact. Uh-oh. I think Arnold just said he had a Basalt Monolith in hand by accident. Arnold said, I have everything but land in hand to discard. Joe says, do you have an artifact? Arnold says, I don't have an artifact. Sorcery, instant, enchantment. No artifact, no land. Looks like we're just giving Derek some cards here, giving him just free couple. 25-25 Orcish army on the field right now. Oh my god, it's Joe. It is Joe. Found him. Single type card. So Joe's going to discard an artifact. Arnold is going to discard a sorcery. It's final finale of Devastation. Then Derek discards a land. And Arnold dies from the army. Unfortunate. Back over to Derek Gilded Drake. Looks like we're just taking Magda here. It looks like Derek is just going to swinging on out here. Was able to draw a Gilded Drake. This is what Kefka is great at, just getting that value here. Deflecting SWAT here. We're going to swap. Or are we changing the target here too? Has to be something your opponent controls. We're just going to give him a dwarf. And then we're going to deflecting SWAT it again. Back over, and then we're going to keep. Yeah. Joe is just going to scoop here as he knows he goes back to his turn. We take Magda. He can't really do anything. And then Derek goes and swings on out. Derek wins the game. There we are. Derek gets round 2 with some Kefka value. Unfortunate, Michael and Arnold went and mulled down to 4 and 3, respectively, here. Good Guy Joe also mulling down to quite a low hand size 5, and the Derek keeping up a 6, I believe. I don't remember from the start here. But it was just, as Arnold threatened here to win, Derek was able to get an Orc army and do, of course, the classic Orc army or Orcish Bowmaster into a wheel, wheeling it on out and killing off Michael, setting Arnold back down, and then just having to find answers for Joe. Derek found it with Kefka swings, was able to get the Gilded Drake, take the Magda, and essentially force Joe into conceding. Good job to Derek for getting round 2. We will be right back here with round 3, so stay tuned and stick on by. Go ahead, if you guys are on Twitch, scroll on down into the description, and you will find our website, natural20gaming.com, for all of your wonderful tabletop needs. We'll be right back here for round 3, so see you soon.
Just
Alrighty, everyone, welcome on back to round 3 of Thursday Night CEDH. You guys had a good break here, but we are back in it for some more high-powered fun. Let's get this round 3 predictions going. We got Trey R in here, hasn't been in the stream room too often. Got Super Trooper Sean running that Terra Magical Adept. Trey R running Tivit. Of course, playing some Esper, and then 5-color enchantments matter. We got Bruce Banner, Neil the OG, trying to see and get it done. Oops. Super. Then lastly, of course, Tommy the Terror running Kefka. We saw Kefka here last round win, so we can try to see if it wins again. But in seat 4, I'm going to start. You have 10 minutes on the timer to put in your predictions. Good luck to our predictors. Good luck to our players as we get things started here soon. Super Trooper keeping up a 7. Neil the OG keeping up a 7. They're making a portal, a circle with their cards here. Ray keeping up a 7 as well, making this sort of like a helmet, or... Oh, the Eye of Sauron right there. And then Trey put up a tree for us, I guess, so he says. Then Tommy the Terror, we keeping up a second 7. There you go, the Eye of Sauron. Nope, going down to 6 here. Getting the 6 here. All right, so everyone kept up 7 except for Tommy. He's going very aggressive here in last seat. All right, good luck to our players as they have an hour 20 on the clock. Starting up the timer here as they get things ready. Pre-games. We do. Neil the OG starting out with that Gemstone Cavern. Pitching a spike. Interesting. Very interesting. Back over to Trey. Gemstone Caverns. Manifold key, tapping it to untap here. Got a Lotus Petal and Mana Vault out. Ramping it, except with only a temporary colored mana. Verdant Catacombs. Super Trooper's going to turn here. Be grabbing up a green and white here. Grabbing up a Savannah or a Temple Garden. And putting out... No, he's grabbing up a Bayou. There we go. And he's going to be putting out a Noble Hierarch. Neil the OG's putting out Felwar Stone. Of course, Bruce Banner comes out. Bruce Banner's a very interesting card here. We've yet to see it really pop off too much. Neil the OG does have, I believe, a win under his belt, as he was able to get Caltrops out with the Hulk. We'll take a look here. Let me take a look at standings. Neil the OG. Oh my word, we have a lot of people who have 1 wins. Only 1 undefeated going into this round. Cursed Totem. Cursed Totem, haven't seen this in a hot minute here. Cursed Totem, activated abilities or creatures can't be activated. So it's going to stop all the dorks. It's going to stop Bruce Banner transforming. Very specifically, if he was able to cast it, he would probably be a lot better. But now, it's also going to stop the Noble Hierarch dork. It's an altar of Cursed Totem as well. Gemstone Mine. We have all of the 5-color temporary mana here. Lotus Petal and Gemstone Mine. Kind of crazy. Gonna be here for quite some time. Going down to 2 counters, activate Manifold Key. Oh no, instead we're not doing that. Do a Demonic Tutor here. We have a Vexing Bauble out on the field as well. So right now, I think he's trying to get maybe some better mana coverage at the moment. He kind of needs a little bit better, like, mana fixing, or maybe an Arcane Signet, perhaps, at least trying to get something to fix up the colors. That way he can cast activity, he can cast out his counterspells, and so on and so forth. Either that, or he might be just going for the value play, a little bit of a different value play of card value, getting maybe Rhystic Study or some sort of draw engine into his onto the field, so maybe he can draw into the lands that he needs, into the colors that he needs. No activated abilities. Everyone's tapped out. I think very easy to just kind of try to force out a Rhystic here and get as much value from that as possible. Does he have mana floating? I think he might have some mana floating. Alright, so he finished shuffling up, he got his card. You might see what it is right now, unless it's some type of interaction piece. 2 from the Lotus Petal, sacking there. Yep, there it is. That's the Rhystic Study. Rhystic Study, of course, hits the field. Whenever someone casts a spell, draw a card unless they pay 1. And this card's been printed so much now. Back over to Super Trooper. 2 mana, he passes it. Just plays out the land. Nothing too much. Got Forest out from Neil the OG. Can't activate either of Bruce Banner's abilities. So 4 mana, Machine God's Effigy. We're gonna make a Noble Hierarch copy. So it is not a creature, so he can tap for at least blue and green. And white, I guess, if he needs it. Swinging over at Tommy for 2. Exalted. Noble Hierarch gives things Exalted, so something it swings alone, it gets +1/+0. Moving over to Tommy. Float 2 mana. Playing a Underground Seed to sacrifice, and then sacrifice our City of Traders to its ability. And then we're going to have our own Rhystic Study out into the field. But this time, the different version of Rhystic Study. Exiling our Semi-Spirit Guide for 1 red and casting out a Ragavan. We pass the turn. We pass the turn. Untap, upkeep, draw. Oh, we take a damage, then draw. Surprised we don't, in our upkeep, untap the Mana Vault with the Manifold Key and Gemstone Caverns. We're gonna bolt in a land. And we're gonna untap the Mana Vault. People love putting their Vexing Popple under their land for some reason. End step. Super Trooper want to do something on end step here. One color, 1 land drop away from getting Tivit out. It looks like Super Trooper doesn't have anything, so we're just going to go to our turn. Draw a card and put out a Bloodstained Mire. We're going to get an opposition. Oh, never mind. Not opposition. What colors do we need right now? We're going to fetch and then shock. There it is, Blood Crypt. And we're going to cast Terra. Rhystic Studies. Both may draw. Now let's go ahead and mill our top 5, I believe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got the Necrodominance as an enchantment. So, Terra Magical Adept, of course, ETB mill 5 cards. Put up to 1 enchantment mill display into your hand. We're going to grab the Necrodominance. 3 mana, a legendary enchantment. Skip your draw step at the beginning of your end step. You may pay any amount of life. If you do, draw that many cards. Your maximum hand size 5. If a card or token we put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. Back over to Neil the OG. Xenagos comes out. Xenagos, God of Revels. 5 mana, 6/5 with Indestructible. It's a creature as long as your devotion to red and green is 7. At the beginning of combat on your turn, another creature gets +X for X is its power. So we double its power for the turn, double its power, and potentially its toughness, maybe even more or less, but you know, what +X is. But it also gains haste, so it's a haste enabler for the Hulk if need be. So maybe one day we'll be able to flip it. We also put out a desert. You guys don't know Desert's funny little tech on Bruce Banner and the Hulk. So yeah, that goes. No attacks. So we don't even go to... We do go to combat with Xenagos. We do not swing with the Bruce. Surprised we don't swing with it. Try to get rid of the Ragavan. Try to knock out our own Bruce Banner in order to cast the Hulk from the other side. Maybe he has a way of trying to get rid of the Cursed Totem before being able to do that. Moving to combat. Never mind. Okay, it looks like he was about to Orange Chant, try to stop Trey from attacking. Exile top, it's a land. Trey takes 2, and we make a treasure. Get the freaking Sonic the Hedgehog treasure. Tommy's kind of hurting for mana right now. He had a City of Traders, but he had to sack it. He had the Simian Spirit Guide. He had a lot of temporary mana. Play out a Polluted Delta. Fetch. Finally got a land. Getting our Volk. Really wish we had this Kefka, huh? We're gonna cast out Gamble. Passing? Passing. We all pass on it. What are we getting with Gamble? So pretty much he's not pushing, says Tommy. Tommy is trying to get something to deal with the board. All right, let's... We're gonna roll for a d4. We roll 2. We're gonna discard a Brain Freeze. Interesting. Then Tommy passes. Was that what he wanted to get, is the question. Probably not. I think Brain Freeze being in his yard is perfectly fine. I think what he might have gotten was an Underworld Breach, and now he's just kind of waiting to draw a couple more cards with Rhystic Study and some other stuff. He probably has some other type of card. He did not get Breach, says Tommy. He says, we'll see. Sure. More evil. Tommy, are you listening in on the stream? Did you know I was talking about Breach? So, yeah, grab out a Soul Ring with Fomori Volt. Fomori Volt's an amazing card. Surprised now many people, more people should run that. 100%. I mean, I guess if you're an artifactist. Either way, more people should run it. Talisman of Heritage. I believe this is our hierarchy, isn't it? Yeah, it's hierarchy. Cast a Smothering Tithe. So, Smothering Tithe is now on the field with a heuristic study. Jesus Christ, Trey. Your board state is crazy. It is so all over the place. Alright, we need to start teaching the people board etiquette. You know, where did the soup spoon go? Oh, no, it's on the left side. Where's your lands go? In the back. We have Vexing Bauble in the back, Smothering Tithe in the back, separate from the heuristic study. Mystical Tutor. I believe this is in either, I believe this is in main phase. This is an upkeep. Alright, Super Trooper. We are going to get Dark Ritual. Okay, we're looking to cast out Necrodominance. That's what it sounds like. Draw. Back over to Super Trooper. On his main phase, we're going to Dark Ritual. Everyone's okay with it? Paying the one for Ristic. I'm gonna cast for Dark Ritual. What are we tossing? Necropotence or Necrodominance? Necropotence is definitely the better one out of the two. Just because the way it's worded also doesn't reduce. Yeah, so it's just gonna be the Necrodominance. So we're just giving a lot of mana and treasures over to Trey right now. So Trey could easily get the win here with casting out Tivit and maybe already have drawing a bunch of funny little cards. Beginning of the end step, Necrodominance Snooker. We're gonna pick 5 life. Tommy has no answer to Trey. 7 cards, full grip with Trey. You have not paid a Necrodominus because Super Trooper is like trying to make sure that Tommy and Neil have something to stop the Tibet player. Hopefully Neil gets some Wave Destruction. He's probably been keeping up for maybe Curse Totem, but maybe have to do it for something along the lines of like Vexing or Ristic or Smothering or something along that. You get another treasure here. 5 treasures. He's already gotten a lot, so Neil's probably not paying here just for the sake of, redundancy. I'm gonna catch Nature's Rhythm for 3. X equals 3. X equals 3, so Artifact's gonna be coming in, entering, so we're probably gonna get some type of stacks piece, perhaps. Maybe some type of like artifact destruction. Manglehorn could be a very interesting one, Tommy pointed out. Collector Oof. We're gonna get a Manglehorn. So, Manglehorn is, on entering the battlefield, you may destroy target artifact. Artifact your opponent's control enter the battlefield tapped. It's a bit of an artifact stacks piece. We're going to destroy a Vexing Bauble here. Super Trooper has announced that he has a bunch of free cards in his hand, so having access to them with Vexing Bauble could make it easier to stop Trey in this point. Trey has currently put himself in as enemy number 1. And then a Hawkeye's Bow. Hawkeye's Bow. Find a little card that got Soda Band and Popper here. Creepy triggers plus X or +1 +0 and reach. Whenever it becomes tapped, deal 1 damage to each opponent. Back over to Tommy. Right now, Neil is presenting that he's worried that Trey's going to be winning. As Neil would have, if he wasn't afraid of Trey winning, Neil would have blown up the Curse Totem and set up for a win next turn. But instead, he's worried. Moving back over to Trey here. Or, not over to Trey. Moving Tommy, we're going to Bogart Trawler. Bogart Trawler, it's a 3 mana, enters exile target player's graveyard. I don't think it's worth it at the moment. Make a tapped treasure here. Commentary flashing out, probably putting for land for turn. Grabbing out a Cavern of Souls. Naming wizards, I believe. Yep, naming wizards. We don't have enough for Kefka, I don't believe. But instead, for 2 mana, play in Mystic Remora and paying for Rhystic Study. Giving Trey a lot of treasures here. Looks like it's all set, and we pass the turn. Alright, Trey. On Tommy's end step. We're gonna untap the Mana Vault. Untap everything. Alright, Trey. Your board state is everywhere. A lot of artifacts on the field. Smothering Tithe is in the corner behind the timer. Rhystic Study is next to your graveyard. We're going to play out a Teferi. This is a push. Teferi. Where is it? Time Raveler. 3 mana. Each opponent can cast spells only anytime they can cast a sorcery. Till your next turn, you may cast sorceries so they have flash. And -3 is, of course, returning an artifact, creature, or enchantment to its owner's hand, drawing a card. Responding to the Rhystic and Mystic to Teferi. Orange Chant targeting Tommy. Mystic Rhystic. Orange Chant. Tommy gets 2 draws here. Super Trooper has a response. Deflecting SWAT Orange Chant to Neil. Since Neil is tapped out, I guess it's showing that Neil doesn't have too much in terms of interaction for this. And Orm's Chant, does it say opponent? Target opponent? Target player can't cast spells, so it's actually changing it to Trey himself. His Orm Chant, I'm assuming the deflecting shot's good. Bluster Storm, targeting the deflecting swap. So for 4 mana to Restrict Mystic. SWAT is counted. Orm Chant targeting Tommy. That was a cool, trying to do a cool play from Super Trooper. Orm Chant's the only one that you can really do it with. You can't really do it with a silence. So it's kind of showing the reason why Orm Chant is a reactive over a proactive type of play. Orm Chant is it's a white counterspell versus silence being a white or not a white counterspell, but a grand abolisher, more or less. We're going to redirect the Orm's Chant. We're going to redirect the Orm's Chant over back to Trey again. It's going to be silencing Trey. That's why, once again, it is a reactive. Orm's Chant's a reactive play. It is to stop someone from winning. It's not to help you win. Unfortunately. Does Trey have any more counterspells to stop this? Tommy's trying to give him an out here, saying just might as well act, or might as well hold up interaction for something on like Sean's turn, or Neil for trying to push. Trying to give him a sort of ultimatum. "14 artifacts. So he's going to activate for more Revolt. Like I said, one of the coolest cards, I think, in recent history. 3 mana tap, discard a card. We discarded a land. Look at top X cards, where X of them are artifacts you control. Then put one of those into your hand, put the rest at the bottom of your library in a random order. So we're going to take a look at the top 14 cards, because of those treasures, all the artifacts that he has. Trooper also is reading up to fairies on the stack. Scribe 14, draw a card, pretty good. A way to guarantee maybe we might see a counterspell of some kind, maybe a Pact of Negation. But every type of interaction right now is giving Tommy 2 draws. Maybe it's giving you treasures, but either way, it's still getting you this misdirection on stack. So, Pomori Vault. So, Trade, you have the counterspell to stop Tommy in this moment. Looking at 14 cards, very good. With these artifact-based things for Mori Vault is essentially a sort of like a redraw of some kind, because you have to discard a card to it. But also with all these treasures that we make with like Smothering Tithe and other things. You can use those treasures, it ups the ability. The only downside to Fomori Vault is that it taps for colorless, but because it's synergy with artifacts, still very good. Fomori Vault's very good, especially colorless decks, stuff like Liberator or an Eldrazi deck. Way of getting us a little bit of a redraw, better outcome from something. Maybe you drew a waste by accident, so you wanted to draw something a little bit better. Fomori Vault comes to the rescue for 4 mana, pretty much. It's a bit of a 4 mana investment. But 4 mana, get anything pretty... I mean, look at top 14, get something pretty darn good. Especially in this point of the game. This more later point of the game. Alright, so we grabbed up our card. Back over to Misdirection. We won, and we got a Path to Exile. We're in a Path Terra. Crazy pathing Terra in this point. We're going to decline the search. No basic lands in the... Alright, so yeah, Super Trooper has no basic lands in his deck, so he's just gonna shuffle his deck real quick as he fails to find. Now Misdirection back on with Orange Chant. Why do we path here? Is Trey pathing Terra? Are you afraid of what it could do? We're gonna let all the stack resolves. Trey gets silence. Orange Chant resolves. Trey is silenced because Misdirection succeeds. 2 draws. We're going to draw 2 here. And back over to Teferi on the stack. Tommy... Neil wants the Teferi to resolve here. We're going to Strict Serenade. Counter target artifact, creature, or planeswalker. Its controller makes a 2/2. Swan Song, but for the other types. For the other card types. Mystic, we're gonna draw. Got our 2/2 bird. Back over to Trey. Trey's gonna play his land for turn. And pass the turn. We pass the turn. Yep, upkeep. No draw. Necrodominant stops that. Do we have another land to recast Terra out and get a full draw? Super Trooper looking to push for a win here, maybe? He's going to try to win now? Neil egging on Super Trooper Sean here to push for a win. I want to see the push. Member comes in tapped. Draws may draw. And Super Trooper is just gonna pass the turn? Yeah, he's just gonna go to Necrodominance. Yeah, that is a chill game, yo. We're just chilling. Oh my word. Super Trooper's gonna go all the way to end step here. We're gonna pay how much? 30? Playing 33. We're gonna pick the perfect 5 here. So we're gonna exile top 33 cards. There's our 33. We're gonna draw them all. So put on the hand, or is it? If you do draw that many cards. So Smothering Tithe does trigger, so he does get 35 or 33 treasures. They are tapped though. So Super Trooper is now sculpting the perfect 5 at this moment. Probably some sort of interaction, couple interaction piece, and then his combo. That's the best idea that he has. Maybe some like a silence effect of some kind as he's going through, making sure he has at least a mana or some type of land. So that way he can just Thoracle combo. Neil the OG here is just chilling. He is just going to be going to turn, probably dealing some damage, probably passing, keeping up, like, I guess, some sort of interaction type pieces. Then lastly, Tommy the Terror is going to be trying to push on his turn. He has drawn a lot of cards from Ristic and Mystic. So it's really going to be between Tommy and Trey. Devotion's 4. 5. Okay. Super Trooper is trying to figure out Perfect 5 once again for those tuning in. Neil the OG is chilling with a Xenagos. Going to be swinging 5 at something with a Manglehorn, maybe equipping a Hawkeye's bow to it just to do it. Born Upon the Wind. Before going to discard, Born Upon a Wind. Looking like he is pushing now. Paying 2, draws may draw. Are we gifting here? So it looks like it's a gift ungiven that we're doing. Yeah, gifts ungiven. So Trey is looking to hopefully politic his way into a Gifts Ungiven being, like, just resolving. So Trey's going to go to passing priority around. We're going to go to Trey here. Trey's going to pay a good couple of mana here. 4 mana. We're going to put a Gifts Ungiven. So we're going to search for 4 cards. Target opponent chooses 2. Put those 2 in the graveyard. Put the rest in hand. The Vaccine Bauble has been gone for a bit. So, what are our 4 cards, Trey? Silence, Commandeer. So, Commandeer, Silence, Savine's Reclamation, and Time Sieve. Okay, this is very interesting. He's showing 2 cards that are very much going to win him the game if it goes to his turn. So, we got 2 cards. Silence. Are we going to Commandeer the Silence? Oh, he's Commandeering it. So he's going to Commandeer the Born Upon a Win. That way, he's at flash speed. He can then cast Savine's Reclamation and Time Sieve here. So then it'll just go to Trey's turn, and he has infinite turns after that. Pact. Targeting Commandeer. Definitely should have silenced first. Tap 1 for silence. So now we're at Rhystic Mystic. So, with the silence on the stack, Super Trooper. Exile Simian Spirit Guide. For a red mana. And a Manamorphose. May draw. So we're going to make 2 mana of any color combination and then draw a card. black, 1 red, 1 blue. Are we good with Manamorphose? Manamorphose resolves. Red, blue. Back to silence on the stack. My brick trap. You guys, we have cast a bunch of spells here. We cast Gifts and Given, Commandeer, and Silence. Targets are Silence, Pact, and Commandeer. He's going to counter his own his Pact, so he doesn't. Looks like we're fine with that. We're going to let everything go here. So we're looking to counter everything. Trey might have something. Same with Tommy. Tommy said he's okay with this. I think he's finally drawn into hopefully a type of counter spell. Trey is saying that he's not going to use the Born Upon a Win. If he gets the Born Upon a Win, he'll have flash speed, he'll draw a card, and then end his turn. Not even do anything. What in the world? Alright. There we go. Back onto Born Upon the Win is Lonely on the stack. Tommy? Come on, where's a bolt, y'all? What happened to lightning bolt? You know, good old 1 mana deal 3 damage. It's the perfect opportunity to lightning bolt here. You know. Force of Negation, exiling a blue card from our hand and countering and exiling the spell. Fairy Mastermind will exile. Countering Born, Super Trooper, Pyroblast. Triggers, drawing a card, draw somebody, draw. So it looks like what he did was he tried to filter his cells that way he had both a red for his Pyroblast and a blue maybe for Swan Song. Maybe drawing into hopefully something better. Offer you can't refuse. Are we okay with offer you can't refuse? What are we offering? We're gonna offer the Pyroblast here. And after he can't refuse targets, Pyroblast. That way we can hopefully exile the Born Upon a Win. Offering Pyroblast. Pyroblast, we're going to resolve this. Get some treasures. With offer targeting Pyroblast. Chain of Vapor. Targeting Curse Totem. So we're going to be trying to get rid of the Curse Totem. Maybe Neil will get, at this point, this is the one he gets. That way he can get mana for the Dork. So Curse Totem, we're trying to bounce it. Dark Ritual, Trey, in response. Doing for the draws here. So Tommy does not want the Curse Totem bounced. So Super Trooper. So we're just trying to essentially threaten an unlock here. We're going to Force of Will the Chain of Vapor. That's crazy. Anything for Force of Will? Super Trooper does not. Let's resolve. So after the Force, Chain of Vapor result is countered. Opposition Agent. So stopping search here. Probably worth a counterspell here. Offer on Pyroblast. Force offer starting Pyroblast. Offer, we're going to get 2 treasures here. There we go. They are tapped. Force starting Born. And it's resolved. Alright. No Born Upon a Win for Sean, as where he's going to be discarding down to hand size. Discarding down to 5 here. Alright, Neil. Curse Totem is still here. Do we have a way of getting rid of it on our turn? We do not. Play an Arid Mesa. Then we're going to equip the bow to Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner now has Hawkeye's bow. Out of everyone to get it. exits. Got a whole bunch of tokens here. He's got a whole bunch of treasures. Those are tapped, though. Moving to, we're going to double Bruce Banner to 4, Exalted +1. So it's 5-4 coming at Tommy. 5 damage. Each opponent then loses 1 life. Untap. Upkeep. Mr. Kamara goes away. 10 minutes left on the clock here. There's no clear winner. I tried to have a push here, but it was just absolutely stopped with the counter war. So Tommy, 3/4 mana available. Probably Ragavan swinging on in at someone. Most likely, I'll be honest, most likely Super Trooper Sean. I mean, he'll 100% block with the dork here. Sean is considered out of this game. Tommy. We're going to start with a Mox Diamond, pitching a Watery Grave. 5 mana available to us with a lot of cards in hand. Mox Diamond, Mox Opal. All these cards enter tapped. Lotus Petal. All these cards enter tapped. Chrome Mox. In response to Chrome Mox. Whir of Invention. Nope, okay, never mind. Not the Whir of Invention. Chrome Mox good, asked Tommy. Chrome Mox resolves. Exiling Mockingbird or Chrome Mox. Those are all tapped. Tommy looks over. He has 4 mana available still. He has increased the storm count by 4. Playing a Mistrise Village as our land for turn. Mistrise Village for our land for turn. Maglehorn is tapping all those. I'm gonna go fix that. Alright, fixed. Maglehorn. Yes, tapped all those artifacts. He has increased storm count by 4. Oh yes, 5 mana available. Yes, Mr. Eye's Village. 6 minutes on the clock. By the way, guys, with their 6 minutes on the clock, how's it going? We're chilling here, you know? We are playing in the final round of CEDH Thursdays at Natural 20 Games. If you guys haven't, come by the store, you know? They're a chill place. We have a very big play space, a lot of tables for people to sit at and play whatever games they want. Board games, we have free demo board games for people to play at our tables. We also cater to, we have standing tables for Warhammer and other war games. As well as just a lot of fun play space. We play every single game in this. We even have some Yu-Gi-Oh players coming in. Hey, Thoracle comes down. This is a wizard, so it's uncounterable to Thoracle. Trey has a response to it with some type of card here. Also, check out our website to see all of our fun little things that we have for sale. We sell singles. We sell accessories, D&D products, board games, Pokemon, of course, Lorcana we have, Riftbound we have, so check it out. Try to find something. Whir of Invention. We're going to be searching. Whir of Invention? An artifact into play. With 4.5 minutes on the clock, guys, I'm going to also chill out here. We have, of course, a lounge, a game lounge, a restaurant for y'all to come on in. If you guys haven't been to our location, it's located off of East Sunset and Green Valley in wonderful Las Vegas. So if you guys ever find yourself by here chilling for whatever reason, whether you guys are coming here to, you know, be tourists and gamble, or you guys are coming here for an event like MagicCon Vegas, or maybe some of our conventions here, of course, Level Up and all the other stuff, feel free to come on by and have fun at our themed bar restaurant, Natural 21. Great food. I actually have a burger here sitting next to me, waiting to be devoured. Smells delicious. Cannot wait to get it. So rustic burger has like a prosciutto, and I think there is Swiss cheese. So it's very good, very good. Probably my go-to burger whenever I order. Its sliders are also really good. They're happy hour sliders, so absolutely delicious. Also, every Thursday, you guys see that we're doing this tournament. Every Thursday, we have this tournament. If you guys stop by here and you guys are playing in it, the potential of winning gives you a nickname. As you can see, Super Trooper, Neil the OG, and Tommy Hunter, Tommy the Terror, sorry, all have a nickname here because they have won a Thursday night CEDH tournament. It means forever on stream and immortalized in the store. They have this grand nickname revolving around their identity and around what they are. The reason why we name him Super Trooper is because, well, he's a trooper. He gets through, and he has played Terra day one. Very new to CEDH, but been playing Terra for a long time, and he's been trying to win with it ever since. And he has been trooping, and he's been absolutely trudging through it as he's trying to win here. We have a Dampening Sphere. So it looks like we are going to be drawing. I'll be predicting here. Guys, I don't know what we draw. We just give points back. So all good, y'all. All good. So 2 minutes on the clock. What else can I show? We are partners with Zenni, Zenni, optical.com. Use code natural20LV at checkout for 10% off of your purchase of stylish glasses that don't break the bank. So, I'm going to be ordering myself some sunglasses here. I've been needing to get some sunglasses in this summer Vegas daylight. So on the road, I still am able to see with my glasses, and as well as blocking out the sun here with some good old glasses. They run pretty cheap. It takes you some hard work and a lot of spec in order to get there. Most pairs cost around, the one I was looking at for myself costed around $50 for prescription wear. So very fun. You can put in your prescription. It's nice. A minute back onto the clock here. What I'm trying to think of what else to show, but you know, it's just kind of. Oracle. UTB on the stack. Anything with the dampening sphere. Damp sphere, he's only cast one spell here in his turn, so it's just going to make his demonic Arcana pack cost one more. Demonic consultation. He just has to raw cast it, and it's all good. Otawara. He flashes. Gonna cost 3 because we have 1 legendary. So we're gonna bounce Damping Sphere with no mana. So that's time. So at time for our tournament, you have to finish this turn, and if there's no clear winner after this turn, it ends in a draw, and then a draw is worth 0 points for our tournament. 0! That is one of our main rules for our specific one. Wins are worth 5 points. Let's take a look at our standings here. I know there was one undefeated going into this round. Pablo. Pablo, did you win? Pablo won! He is an undefeated, so we're going to be having him in our top cut here. Let's see, how many people did we have in this tournament? We have 38 entries, so it's going to be a top cut 10 today. So we'll be seeing a top cut 10. Pablo is going to be in our top, and then as well as Katie, I believe, is going to be our other top player here. We'll see how standings go after this. Katie, the boss number 2, the bar boss. So, yep, it's going to be a draw as Tommy just goes and passes, and it is a draw. All right, we'll be back with round 4, our top cut 10. Stay tuned and stick on by. Alrighty, everyone, welcome on back to round 4 of Thursday Night CEDH. We're all here! Look! Chris, Lord of Smoke on Malcolm Keddes. He has taken a break from Tivit, Seller of Secrets. We're on our Pirates dealing damage. Then we have Katie, the Bar Boss, Zach's Boss, Ayara, Mono Black, Gain Drain, Aristocrats, Kellen M on Avatar Aang, 5-color do things. And then lastly, Troy, Silent Assassin, bringing up the rear in seat 4 on Rog, Psy, Turbo, Grixis. Keddy's kept up a 7 here. Looks like they're just finishing up mulligans. So as they finish up their mulligans here, welcome on back. We're here for round top 10. Mike D running, I believe, a Nala right now, and our top Pablo here trying to again get his own nickname. Currently going undefeated. Our top 2 getting a bye round, and on our other table here we have Nathan M, Michael S coming back in, Super Trooper Sean, and then Derek the Machine as well in Bar Pod 1. So good luck to them. We'll be probably maybe seeing another funny little top here. Nathan, of course, being our top, then Chris being our 4th. So looks like we're almost all set here. Troy's gone down to 6. Kellen, what are you keeping? Chris and Kellen both trading 2 cards. That's funny. And we are ready to start. Good luck to our players. Chris is going to be starting us out. No pre-games? All right, Chris, start us out. We got something interesting here. We'll play a Bloodstained Mire fetch land and passing the turn over to Katie. Katie plays out a land and passes Kellen. How you starting us off? Playing out land as well, and we pass. Troy, what do you got? Land and Rog. And a Soul Ring. And an Amber. And a Wheel. Turn 1. Wheel of Fortune. Da-da-da-da. Whoops. That's not it. There we go. Wheel of Fortune. Each player discards his or her hand and draws 7 cards. We're going to pass. We're going to end step. Fetch. But we Mind Break trap the wheel here. We do not get any wheels. Chris is gonna real quick fetch and surveil here. We're gonna keep that card on top. Play a Crystal Bit. Play a Malcolm with an Exiled Spirit Guide. Malcolm hits the field. Unite Navigator is a 3-mana Pirate Siren 2/2. Whenever one or more pirates you control deal combat damage to a player, deal damage, not combat damage. Just deal damage. You create a treasure token for each opponent dealt damage. So it's going to be all about Kedis here. With Malcolm, right, dealing that damage. Whenever a commander you control deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to each other opponent. So so Malcolm is going to be able to deal 3 damage and make 3 treasures every turn. Very, very good. Moving across it, Katie plays a land and passes. Kellen plays out Airbender's Ascension. Airbender Ascension is for 2 mana. When this enchantment enters, airbend a target. Whenever an opponent you controls, whenever a creature you control enters, put a quest counter on it. In the beginning of your end step, if it has 4 or more quest counters on it, exile up to 1 target creature you control and return to the battlefield under its owner's control. We're gonna then play Kedis here. Roy puts out Silas and passes. No flying, so we're gonna put 2 at Troy. Then Katie and Kellen takes 2. Main phase 2. Assault Robot. Whenever another villain and or artifact you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to target opponent. Need to be triggered gain drain on Ayara. So Ayara, aristocrats, but this one cares about when black creatures enter the battlefield. Each opponent loses 1, you gain 1. Then tap it, sacrifice another black creature to draw a card. Supposed to be the counterpart to, I believe, something. Legendary creature from, Linden, the Steadfast Queen, 3 mana. Whenever a white creature you control attacks, gain a life and has vigilance. Alright. Making creatures pirates here. Leyline of Transformation. Leyline of Transformation. 4 mana. When it enters, choose a creature type. Pirates. Creatures you control, the chosen type in addition to other types. The same is true for creature spells you control and creature cards you own that aren't on the battlefield. I'm gonna reprieve it, returning it back to hand. Everything at Troy? Everyone takes 3. And 3 treasures. And then everyone takes 3 more. Bringing everyone back over to Katie. Or swamps. I had a grave crawler. If one loses 1, you gain 1. You may cast a spell from your graveyard as long as you control a zombie. Opposition agent. Response to Troy's fetch. Opposition agent. So blue or black land here. Underground sea you could grab. Underground sea. Steal on Troy's land drop here. And gain drain once again. Oh my word, everyone's just trading around life right now. At least Chris and Katie are. Play out a land and pass. Playing out Leyland again. This is pretty much an infinite. No one has anything. We're gonna send it at Katie. And that's game. Everyone then takes 3, gets 3 trigger, and then the assault robot is going to deal damage because it's a pirate. It'll make treasures. Because the treasures enter, the robot deals damage. Because the robot's a pirate, makes treasures. And that's game. Alright, Chris gets it. There we go. Just playing it out. Playing nice, good, fast magic here. Chris was able to get it. Alright, we'll be seeing Chris in the finals pod when we still have another table, so we'll see how that goes. We'll be right back with more CEDH, our finals coming up. Alrighty, everyone, welcome on back down to finals of Thursday CEDH. We have a doozy, 2 unnicknamed players coming to the stream quite regularly versus the other side. Chris, Lord of Smoke, the nickname Denier, and Super Trooper bringing it back in after Pod 1. We'll be right ready with predictions here. Let's get them all set up. So we got Pablo M, our top player, undefeated, playing against Mike D and Nala Lover here. I've been on Nala for quite some time. Chris, Lord of Smoke on, of course, that Malcolm Kedis. Lord of... And then lastly, Super Trooper back in it. You guys have 10 minutes to predict. Put it on in, put it on in, put it on in your predictions here. Good luck to our players. Super Trooper has gone in 4th seat here, keeping up 7. Chris, Lord of Smoke, keeping, I believe, a 7 as well here. Pablo keeping up a 7. See, Mike, what are you keeping up? Enough just for a turn 1 Spellseeker? Alright. What do we got? 6? Alright, good luck to our players as they start it on out. Good luck to our players. They have 2 hours on pre-game. Say, Gemstone Caverns pitching and Mana Confluence. Ooh, other cards in his hand must be spicy here. Pablo is going to be starting us out here by drawing a card. After, of course, Chris's Gemstone Caverns. Then moving, of course. Alright, Pablo. Apparently this card has tripped you up for a second here as you are now redeciding what your first turn is going to be. We're going to do a Bloodstained Mire. We're going to shock in a Overgrown Tomb and put a Birds of Paradise onto the field. Back over to Mike here, and playing a tapped land and passing the turn. Fiery Ally, we're going to play Kedis turn 1 and pass. Kedis, of course, being our funny little early game way of getting a lot of value with Malcolm. As Malcolm comes out and deals some damage, Kedis deals, helps him deal more damage to everything else. That way you can get 3 treasure tokens. Super Trooper is going to be starting out with a Lotus Petal and a land, using both of them to get a Birds of Paradise and Deathrite Shaman onto the field, passing it back over to Pablo. Pablo untaps, upkeep, draws for turn. Play it. Urbogue, everyone has a swamp. Put a Dothy Voidwalker onto the field. Dothy Voidwalker is a 2-mana 3/2 with Shadow. If a card would be put into the graveyard from anywhere, instead exile it with a void counter on it. Tap it and sacrifice it to choose an exiled card an opponent owns with a void counter on it. You may play it this turn without paying its mana cost. So it's going to be stopping Terra from entering here. Oh, actually, wait. Terra. Actually look at the ruling for that. Terra, mill 5 cards, up to 1 of the enchantments milled this way into your hand. Doesn't say exactly what here. Yeah, it doesn't say that it stops the enchantment because it just says enchantment milled this way. See what mill rules are. So mill, keyword, top of the island, putting the graveyard, mills, top of that, antiquities. Ability checks information about a single milled card, but one mill card. Not too sure. Cataxium probe and offer. Can't refuse our own Cataxium probe to ramp here. So we got our treasure here. Back over to Chris, I believe. Playing out a Path... Cavern of Souls, Path of the Dead. Playing out Malcolm. Malcolm is then going to come on back in. So we're going to be able to make some treasures here once we get some pirates. But Kedis and Spirit. What are we swinging at? Author and Get Probe are both in Dothy's pile. Swinging out at Kedis. Kedis is going to deal 1 damage to everyone, while the Spirit deals another damage to Mike. Back over to Chris, main phase 2, Mox, and then playing out just Mox and Burn passing. Super Trooper, we go to turn, we have a breeding pool. We got 3 mana, pretty much, available to us. We're looking at that Fairy Mastermind here. Taking a look at Super Trooper, playing out a Bayou here. 2 mana. We're going to play out a Wishclaw Talisman. Man, we're just playing a Golgari deck right now, Super. What are you doing? Passing the turn over to Pablo. Pablo untaps, upkeep, draws for turn. Three mana, 2 mana. Demonic Tutor. Gonna get Lightning Bolt here. Chris is able to get... Chris needs 2 pieces right now. Chris needs a way of making things pirates, and then a creature that pings things. That's the main 2 things that that Chris is just kind of waiting to draw into. Hopefully he gets... Back over to Mike here as he just... Demonic Tutor just passes. Mike plays a land and passes the turn. Has a lot of land available. Probably looking to hopefully... honestly... might be trying to do a instant speed win here. Has a lot of mana available, a lot of interaction, I know. Swinging all out at Mike D here. 3 damage coming out 3 damage at everyone, but Spirit's coming at Mike. Everyone takes 3. attacks are good. 3 treasures. That one takes 3. Fire Islet. Nope. Keep that up. Tap like that. There we go. For 3, we're going to transmute a Drift of Phantasms. Drift of Phantasms has transmute for 3 mana. Discard it to search for a card with similar CMC. 3 CMC right here. So probably grabbing up maybe a Rhystic Study with this, or are we grabbing up some form of mana, or some form of card advantage, or mana generation. Maybe a combo piece. Maybe he has a combo piece already in hand, so he grabs up that. I'm thinking it's going to be one type of combo. Chris said part of him thinks it might be a Rhystic Study. Grabbing up a Weftstalker. Weftstalker Ardent is a 3-mana 2/3. Whenever a creature or an artifact you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. Then warp for 1 red. So as long as he can, if he can even warp this out and then do its ability here, and giving it the ability of being a pirate with like Leyline Transformation as we saw last round, or Piracy Charm, I believe, is another one. I think, which is a very no, it's not Piracy Charm. It's like some type of charm. Let's take a look here. The blue charm. Sapphire Charm is not it. Trickery Charm, that's the right one. Target creature's type becomes the creature type of your choice until end of turn. The top 4 cards. Okay, yeah. So Trickery Charm is another way of making it a pirate. Not Piracy Charm. I was just thinking of Piracy Charm because it is a pirate. Now Pablo might have something. He's going to be, I think, looks like Crystal Smoke is warping it out here, actually. So he's paying for warp with the Ardent. We're going to pass priority around. Alright, so Ardent's good. We're going to use 1 mana. We're going to cast Strike It Rich. We're going to respond to the ETB trigger of the Ardent. So we make a treasure, ETB trigger. In response, we're going to spend 2 treasures and a Glamour Gifter. Glamour Gifter is a 2-mana fairy. Enters, choose up to 1 target creature until end of turn. That creature is base power. Toughness 4/4 and gains all creature types. So it's going to make it a pirate. This is on ETB for sure. So it's a way of a countering. Chris, are you going to deny 2 nicknames? Do we have a way of stopping? We have not stopped him here. And see, we're going to Orum's Chant on Chris. That's perfectly fine. We're going to chain. Yeah. Had to do it on the warp cast here. So ETB, it's going to make it into a pirate. Then it's going to deal 1 damage to everyone. Yeah, he gains Changeling. Then trigger, it's going to deal 1 damage to everyone. Then make 3 treasures, deal 3 damage to everyone. Make 3 treasures, make exponential treasures every time. And there it is. That's how it is. It was an offer you can't refuse. Had to do it on Striker Witch, but he did not know. Can't strike it rich either because you just give him treasures, and there's another Ardent trigger on the stack. So unfortunately, Dothy didn't have anything. There we go. Chris just gets it. Yeah, Chris just gets it right there. Immediately. Not but, oh my word. So quick. This is why we put him on. Pablo was at 1K on him, upset from Chris in 3rd seat with a Kidus Malcolm. First week out of the gate here. Chris wasn't here last week. He did not see it. But first week out of the gate, and Chris on Malcolm Kedis gets it. Is it Pirates? GG indeed. Absolutely amazing show here. Thank you guys so much for joining us for Thursday Night CEDH, our titular Day 2 top cut. Staff happy to go home early. Absolutely, I am a little bit happy. But now what? I love being here, just watching a full game go on, of course. Very fun indeed. Thank you guys so much again for watching Thursday Night CEDH and Natural 20 Games. Check us out on our website, natural20gaming.com, for all of your tabletop needs. We're an online store that sells singles, that sells accessories, Dungeons & Dragons stuff, board games, a lot of fun things. Check us out on our socials, all !mark socials. Highly recommended, absolutely. Chat approved. Thank you guys again, and we'll be back tomorrow for some Pokemon, Friday Night Pokemon, and then next week, every Thursday, for some more CEDH. So, see you guys then.